you know how to spell Dr. Thibault? Thibault?
Sorry?
Do you know how to spell Dr. Thibault?
What is that?
In the garden.
How to?
To spell, to write.
I don't know.
You don't know the name? Huh? Okay.
Darshan. Tu sais que dans 10 minutes, il va y avoir une classe.
Hein?
Dans 10 minutes, il y a une classe.
Ici?
Oui. Un bactériographe Maharaj m'a donné une classe de 5 à 7 heures.
Tant pis, je fais ce que je peux.
Enfin, il y a encore 10 minutes. Hein.
Oui, mais j'arrive pas, je veux pas le nez, puis c'est bon, hein, je peux pas.
Oui, bien sûr.
Je crois que c'est dans l'autre chambre là. Là-bas là.
C'est pas ici qu'il va?
Je sais pas. Je sais pas
Attends,
si c'est dans
je-
ici.
Je pense que c'est dans un temple room, parce que.
Le temple room?
Attends, je n'ai pas vu, c'est parce que. Temple room.
Ok, je vais accélérer.
Bon, il y a encore 12 minutes, il n'y a pas. Et je ne t'ai jamais demandé, comment est-ce que c'est ton nom de dévote?
Mon nom?
Oui, de dévote.
Karuna Harini.
S'il te plaît?
Karuna Harini.
Karuna Harini?
Oui.
Ah! Heureux de faire connaître ton nom, Karuna Harini. Elle a encore tous les initiés?
Hein?
Il y a encore tous les initiés?
Oui,
2 ans.
Ça fait 2 ans.
Par qui?
Roma Padaswami.
S'il te plaît?
Roma Padaswami.
Hein?
Roma
Oui,
Padaswami.
on va pas là.
Donc, pas le temps de.
C'est vrai qu'il n'est jamais venu sur le cas.
Il n'est jamais ici. Hein.
Non, ça me dit rien.
Il est aux États-Unis.
Je connais de YouTube.
Il est aux États-Unis ou. De temps en temps en Chine.
Ah.
Oui, voilà.
Et toi, tes parents ou toi, tu es originaire de Taïwan ou de Chine?
Non, de Shanghai.
De Shanghai. Oh là.
Ah, Krishna, je viens de Shanghai, ah, tu sais. C'est vrai. C'est
bien.
sympa, des fois,
C'est peut-être une des seules, ou la première ou une des seules dévots de Shanghai, ou il y a beaucoup de dévots à Shanghai?
Oui, il y a beaucoup, hein. Je suis pas
Oui.
la première, non. Je suis pas un panda.
Voilà.
Non.
Ben, c'est parce que finalement, c'est parce que c'est fort méconnu par enfin, ici, c'est fort
Dans
méconnu.
l'année 70, Tamal Kush Maharaj est déjà là-bas, à
Oui.
Shanghai. Donc les dévots, beaucoup plus.
Voilà. C'est fou, hein, que tout soit totalement ignoré. Pas, moi, je ne sais pas que c'est ignoré, mais moi, je ne le savais pas. Tout ce que je connaissais, c'est qu'il y a, en Chine, il y en avait beaucoup au Taïwan, bien entendu, mais c'était surtout des Ritviks qu'il y avait en Chine.
Ah, oui, il y avait, oui.
Ben, c'est à peu près la seule chose que je connaissais. Mais tu sais que Prabhupada il a dit, les derniers à venir à la conscience de Krishna seront les Chinois, les plus sérieux seront les Chinois. C'est une parole de Prabhupada.
Pas moi. Ah, c'est ça, là, c'est bon, hein, toi. Passe encore après le cours, alors.
Ouais.
Je repasserai.
C'est Bhakti Maharaj qui a donné une classe sur le Daivi Varnashram.
Sur le.
C'est Bhakti
Oui, je sais, mais sur.
sur le Daivi Varnashram, sur le Varnashram, le Varnashram Dharma, le Daivi Varnashram Dharma. Ce qu'on doit normalement représenter avec les 4 ordres sociaux, les 4 ordres religieux, mais on sait ça théoriquement, mais ce qui est plus difficile, c'est de prendre ça à la pratique. Qu'est-ce qui est Brahman, qu'est-ce qui est Kshatriya?
Moi, je suis Kshatriya, moi, je suis Sudra, moi. C'est pas grave. De cette époque, vous voulez dire.
Ouais.
Et là, maintenant, qui est Sudra, qui est. Là, de cette époque, c'est
Ouais.
plus ouvert.
Même, je veux dire, même si tu appliques, tu ne peux pas savoir qui est Vanaprashta, tu ne peux pas savoir. C'est difficile à appliquer à cette époque. Aux époques védiques, c'était facile, mais ici,
Ok, c'est bon.
c'est assez. De toute façon, dans le Kali Yoga, tout le monde est dessus là.
Vous êtes de nationalité
Belge.
Ah.
J'habite ici, j'étais ici à Radhadesh, j'habite ici à 7 km.
Comme je vous ai vu la première fois en France.
Oui, parce que mon maître spirituel est à la Nouvelle-Cour.
Vous travaillez toujours, vous êtes français.
Ben, je vais peut-être y retourner d'ici un mois, peut-être, je ne sais pas, je vais aller. Je vais la laisser ici, c'est parce que je suppose qu'il y aura bien 4 chaises. Ça va commencer dans 5 minutes.
No problem. Thank you for seeing.
We need the screen?
Yeah. Today, yes.
Okay. Mais de ce côté-là ou? Ah, c'est lourd. Dat is 1300, hè? Is dat?
Er waren in totaal rond 1500 mensen. En iets van 1025 echt geregistreerd. En ik denk 1500 aanwezig en 1700 plates op.
Wauw, 1700. Wow.
Thierry heeft nog moeten bijkopen.
Ja, ja. Maar hij was, en ik heb gezien dat hij was een echte chef, hè, omdat hij heeft alles op het einde gewoond op alles te bereiken. Wij werden, wanneer ik al uit Europa werd, we were interviewed just for the plaza 2 or 3 times, but every time Thiru could find a solution.
Amazing.
Hij heeft veel om te zetten.
Ja. En ik denk dat je nu wel daarna.
I thought once to notice it could be possible to have just a webcam, just here in front, and then you can have the slides on the screen.
Ja.
Kijk aan de alles naast die door de sessie. Ja, dat is voor de bouw. Het lijkt niet zo'n goede nieuws voor Carolina May zijn. Moeilijk te zeggen.
Die zal er niet meer helemaal moeilijk te zijn. Zou je dus expect me to speak?
Good.
I just don't have printouts of the last meeting.
Okay. Can I have a copy?
It's not the latest version. We changed something, no? But I already had printed out 30,
Okay.
so.
There was no more time.
Yes.
Should I distribute it or should I wait?
Can wait. Can wait. Can we begin with a short kirtan? Yes.
You want?
Can somebody start the kirtan? Just short, 5 minutes.
Sweetanya, you want to sing?
No, Hare Krishna, our favorite song.
We know it by heart.
Yeah, the one we know by heart. All of us.
Hare Krishna
Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki. Jai Sri Prabhupada ki. Something should be coming up on the board.
Yes.
No.
You can just, maybe if you put it in.
That was when he was seated, it was working. Yes, you see.
Not yet.
Okay, yes. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Surabhyay Namaha. Om Surabhyay Namaha. Om Surabhyay Namaha. Mukam karoti vasaram pangum langayate girim yatkripat maham vande Sri Gurum Dinatharanam. Yatkripat maham vande Sri Gurum Dinatharanam. Hare Krishna. And welcome everyone to our afternoon, yes, thank you, session, or main, I guess, session or presentation on the subject matter of, in general, Varnashrama Dharma. And I was mentioning this morning, specifically in terms of the theme, a major theme. We have a short or handbill that we'll distribute a little bit later on that explains about the theme, which is make Vrindavan villages. Now we spoke, of course, this morning, we chose one verse that deals in particular with the subject matter of education, which is Vedic education especially should be of most importance for all of us. Actually, it's only by proper understanding of education, I would say, that we can hope to implement, reinstate, reintroduce, reestablish a Vedic culture. So, I'm bringing this up. There's another slide I will bring up after this one. I want to show on the screen a few things I referred to this morning, which will hopefully make it more clear. In other words, there's some background information that we need to become more clear and more convinced about the need and the importance to establish Varnashrama and how it's meant to be done. I think we can all understand how monumental it is. I mean, what we are trying to do as devotees, even to spread the Vedic culture, to introduce Krishna consciousness, and specifically to address the whole aspect of Varnashrama Dharma, is like not at all easy. But it is an essential part, specifically Varnashrama Dharma, Vedic education, Varnashram College, etc. They are integral parts of the whole Vedic culture, and they are direct instructions also given to us by our founder Acharya. Obviously, any clear and direct instruction be given by the spiritual master, who happens to be founder Acharya of our society, is most essential. We spoke this morning about Dharma a little bit. I just want to summarize very briefly on a few concepts that are essential for us to understand. This is the second of the 4 sciences I referred to this morning, Chaturvidya. And it just so happens that in this presentation there are some other concepts that are being developed here. So we all know how very often Prabhupada spoke about, simple living and high thinking. And this is one of many important quotes from Srila Prabhupada: you produce your own food, you produce your own cloth, don't be very much anxious for artificial necessities, and save time and be advanced in spiritual life. From a press interview. We spoke about Vedic culture being an agrarian culture. So this is what an agrarian culture looks like, in case some may wonder. So agrarian culture is connected with what is called 3 gifts of nature. I don't think, well, we did make reference, but specifically there's a whole explanation or very important instruction given by Grandfather Bhishmadev. You can look it up in the Mahabharata when he begins to speak to Yudhishthira Maharaj about the 3 gifts of nature. We'll come back to that. So a vast majority of people are meant to live, this is like an image we could say of Vrindavan village, isn't it? Forest, cows, fields, so agriculture, cow protection, temple on the top of the hill there. In human society, therefore, the Brahminical culture, Kshatriya culture, and Vaishya culture must be maintained, and people should be taught how to be satisfied with only what they need. One of many quotes given by Srila Prabhupada. We will not go over all of this, but I want to especially look at number 2, 3, and 4. And we also, number 6. Few quotes from Srila Prabhupada. This town life, industrial life, factory life is asurik, demoniac life. It is killing human ambition. It is killing civilization. And to save this human civilization, these 2 classes are required very urgently. So he's speaking to his disciples in America. You American boys and girls, you are intelligent, you have got facilities. At least in your country, create these 2 classes, Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. I mean, Prabhupada is telling that to America. What is good for America is also applicable for the rest of the world. Then the world will be saved, and you will be saved, and Krishna will be pleased. The Varnashram College has to be established immediately. Everywhere, wherever we have got our center, a Varnashram College should be established to train 4 divisions. Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. Oops. Unless in the human society, Varnashram system is introduced, no scheme or social order, health order, or any other order, political order will be successful. So we come here to what I briefly touched upon this morning, which is absolutely essential for us to understand if we will begin to, at least in a positive way, consider the whole Varnashram aspect that Prabhupada spoke about. So we know that the concept of Sanatana Dharma is central within Vedic culture, and Sanatana Dharma means what is eternal, the eternal occupation, eternal nature. But what we generally fail to properly or clearly understand is that there are two separate levels of dharma that we need to be aware of and that we need to give proper attention to. Otherwise we create an imbalance. Modern day society is totally devoid of the two levels of Swadharma that are spoken about in the Vedic literatures, one being material Swadharma, the other one being spiritual Swadharma. I'll just bring up some quotes here from Srila Prabhupada. What is material Swadharma? On the bodily plane, Swadharma is called a Varnashrama Dharma, or man's stepping stone for spiritual understanding. Human civilization begins from the stage of Varnashrama Dharma, from Bhagavad Gita 2:31. So this is meant to be the norm, material norm. That's how society is meant to be organized, isn't it? And what is a spiritual norm? Real Swadharma is spiritual Swadharma. And what is the occupation of that Swadharma? Jiva Swarubhoy Krishna Nitadas. We've heard this many, many times. So this should give us a clear understanding of these two levels of dharma. As I mentioned, in modern day society, these two are totally missing, isn't it? General people, general leaders they don't even know the word dharma exists. So they cannot understand what it means. The closest they come to it is like religion, but dharma, as we know, is not religion per se. And if we look at our own ISKCON society, what do we see? We have, obviously, we are focused mainly and primarily on spiritual Swadharma. But we have less understanding of material Swadharma. And this is something important for us to know and to understand if we are to help Srila Prabhupada, as he desired, to re-establish the Vedic culture. Vedic culture is not only made up of spiritual, activities. Of course, ultimately, whatever we do, if we offer it to Krishna, it becomes spiritualized. But we also have some material needs and necessities. And the body requires food every day, requires rest every day. And therefore we have this very often quoted by Srila Prabhupada, Sarva Kama Dugamahi. Sarva Kama, in this context, Sarva Kama means material necessities. All of our material necessities are met by Mahi, which means land. From land we get cloth. From land we get shelter, building materials. From land we get food. From land we get medicine. We get everything that we need when we know how to properly utilize the resources of nature, which in modern day society we don't know how to do. And how can we, as devotees, instruct others if we ourselves are not showing by example how to properly utilize, isn't it, the natural resources of nature? Therefore, it is of paramount importance that we understand the need to balance these two levels of dharma. If we look at the recent history means going back to the time of Lord Chaitanya. Shortly after the disappearance of Lord Chaitanya, and specifically after the disappearance of the three foremost acharyas who came after the Goswamis, Narottam Das Thakur, Shyamananda Pandit, Srinivas Acharya. For approximately 300 years, the whole movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu just went astray. And it was Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur who was confronted during his lifetime to, what is actually meant to be Vaishnavism. Because Vaishnavism was a dirty word. In the name of Vaishnavism, people were engaged in all kinds of sinful activities. And by his preaching, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur was able to redirect the movement of Lord Chaitanya and re-establish the glories of Vaishnavism. There's a whole big history about that, as we know. Today, in our 21st century, and it has been like that actually for the last quite a few centuries, many centuries, actually going back to the time of Lord Buddha. The term varnashrama is having all kinds of negative connotations because the whole system of varnashrama has been exploited and abused to this present day. And unless we as devotees, following in the footsteps of our founder Acharya, develop a clear understanding of what varnashrama is meant to be, because actually just before independence of India, there was a whole big debate between two great personalities, two well-known personalities, who at that time and even now are considered by many as great personalities. One, Gandhiji, who was promoting the more natural, simple village lifestyle, as opposed to others less known by most devotees outside of India, who was promoting more, and ultimately India went that way also, industrial way of living. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada, because he was a pure devotee of the Lord, he could appreciate, although he was from the city of Calcutta, he was a city boy, but he had very clear understanding of the importance of village life. Village life, village organization, he often referred to as being crucial, essential. We'll just skip over here. This is something I referred to this morning, I believe. Yes, I did. So it's just coming up just to refresh our memory. ISKCON's 4 movements. Within the movement of ISKCON, we have 4 sub-movements, we could say. And those again are from this essay of Gita Nagari in 1956, further supported by a letter of 1949, both of which are in the folio, right? Whereby Prabhupada actually writes his vision, projects his vision as to how the mission of Lord Chaitanya is meant to unfold, beginning with what Prabhupada termed as, this is Prabhupada's own terminology, Sankirtan movement, referring to books and the holy name. Secondly, temple worship movement, establishing temples. 3, spiritual initiation movement, all of which are especially of a spiritual nature. And the 4th one that he called classless society movement, which is more dealing with material, energy, material situation. And in his Back to Godhead magazine of 1956, Prabhupada makes the following statement: spiritual existence of devotional activities and classless society are 2 identical terms. The one without the other has no meaning. So, in other words, both need to coexist simultaneously. Spiritual Swadharma as well as material Swadharma. We know this important quote Prabhupada mentions about his spiritual master, telling how philosophy without religion tends to be mental speculation, whereas religion without philosophy tends to be sentimentalism, which generally leads to fanaticism. So, to a large extent, this is what happened when we neglect this aspect of Varnashrama Dharma. The tendency is to get into what largely may be sentimentalism and may turn into fanaticism as well. This is the descriptive presentation of these 4 movements. Chanting the holy name, Prabhupada demonstrated all of these, introduced all of these, different temples, etc., temple worship movement, spiritual initiation, and of course, classless society, different, beginning with New Vrindavan. Agrarian versus, this is the verse or the reference I want to share. There are 2 schools of thought current in the world. One wants to divide the world into cities and the other into villages. This is from Gandhiji. The village civilization and the city civilization are totally different things. One depends on machinery and industrialization, and the other on handicrafts. So this particular presentation is actually dealing with education. This was like a bit of an introduction to the topic of Trayi, or Vedic education, which is, as we discussed this morning, meant primarily for Brahmanas. So I will go to this other presentation, which is close by. Yeah. And there's a short animation I want to share. Yes.
Sound perhaps for the animation?
If you have sound, if you can arrange, yeah. Coming back to our theme, make Vrindavan villages. Daiva Varnashrama, Dharma, 50% of Srila Prabhupada's unfulfilled mission. Okay. What is also important to know, I was speaking about this concept of 3 gifts of nature. when Grandfather Bhishmadev, did we speak about this morning?
Yeah, you said something about that he instructed Yudhishthira, the first instruction that was,
Yeah.
you mentioned that verse.
Okay, that's one of the instructions. There are many instructions actually given by Grandfather Bhishmadev, but the one you're referring to is what we spoke out this morning, and the one I want to speak about is different. So that means we probably didn't speak about it this morning unless all of us forgot, which sometimes does happen. But I think I didn't mention, after giving that first instruction, which he gave, that first instruction, for those who maybe were not present, was in reference to establishing the 4 varnas and the 4 ashramas. And the relevant point I was making, the relevant point Srila Prabhupada was making in the purport, was that this establishment of varna and ashrama in society, because it is created, given to us by Krishna, is meant to accelerate our ability to advance spiritually. Very important. Very important word and concept as well that Srila Prabhupada uses. That system, that seemingly material system, which today seems to be so far away and so difficult to understand and to establish, that system, because it's created by Krishna, that system being a perfect system. Krishna only gives what is perfect and complete. Because by nature he is perfect and complete. That system, if we adopt that system, it will make it easier for us to advance in Krishna consciousness. It will speed up our ability to develop the needed qualities to actually one day go back to the spiritual world. I mean, just theoretically, I mean, if we just understand this concept, naturally, it's something desirable, no? It's something we should all desire to adopt, something that will help us to more quickly become disconnected with the modes of material nature and become qualified to go back home, back to Godhead. So later on in the conversation, it's a very long conversation between Grandfather Bhishmadev and Yudhishthira Maharaj. Goes on for days and days. So another important instruction, when I was doing my doctoral research on the subject matter of sociology, Vedic sociology, I came across this particular quote, which to me was also very central to the whole purpose of why and how we can help reestablish this Vedic culture. So at one particular point, Grandfather Bhishmadev tells Yudhishthira Maharaj that the Lord has given to humanity 3 gifts of nature to help us meet all of our necessities of life: physical, emotional, social, spiritual. And that these 3 gifts of nature are the foundation of the Vedic culture, and they are so important, they're meant to be worshipped. They are worshipable. And they are like mothers. Just like in a family, mothers will be able to appreciate this possibly more. A child needs the presence of the mother to be nourished physically with her milk initially, and to be nourished emotionally, isn't it? And therefore we see in modern day society, because mothers and fathers in the more developed countries in the world are not there. Do you know that over 50% of those born in North America, children born in North America, don't know who their father is and will never see their father in their whole life? This is a Varna Sankara situation. This is Varna Sankara situation created when we don't have the system that Krishna wants us to have, that the system that Krishna has created. Those three gifts of nature are meant to be protected and worshipped. Unfortunately, today the opposite is happening. So the first of those three gifts of nature are cows. Can you imagine a Vrindavan without cows? It would not be Vrindavan, right? And for that matter, can we imagine a village without cows? Well, that so-called village without cows or bulls will not remain a village for a long time. The destruction of villages and the destruction of society happens when we neglect and no more have this natural dependency. And care for cows. So cows, again, we were mentioning this morning about the two most important living entities in society. Cows came up on top, right? Cows and brahmanas. So here also, these three gifts of nature, the first one mentioned by Grandfather Bhishmadev are cows. Gava pratista bhutanam, for those who know Sanskrit. Bhutanam, all living entities. Pratista, sustains. Cows actually sustain not only human beings, but all living entities. A few years back, maybe last year or the year before, one devotee, in Mayapur, there's a Mayapur forum. So somebody wrote an article entitled, "Cows Give Water." Everyone said, cows give water. The cows give milk? No. And then his whole article was explaining how cows actually give water. Cows give water means when we have cows in large numbers, there's a whole detailed explanation, because when they are allowed to do what they're meant to do, means grazing most of the day, they're walking on the surface of the land. It creates a situation where, they're massaging the land, number one. Secondly, their cow dung and cow urine, which falls on the land, is taken up by different living entities who come from underneath the ground, and they make little holes. They're called tunnels. And when this is allowed to happen on a large scale, when it rains, the water goes into the ground. When you use a tractor, the opposite happens. You compact your soil. So when the rain comes, your rain goes away. So everything is actually very, very scientific in Krishna's overall plan. When we don't know that plan, when we don't follow that plan, then we make a mess, as we're doing, as we have done. One of the most severe global problems we're facing today is called desertification, where practically all of our topsoil on the planet is reduced to practically nothing, and the soil itself is devoid of proper ingredients to actually grow food. And the food that we are growing is devoid of its natural nutrients. We have to replace the old age saying that an apple a day keeps the doctor away. You've heard that? No? Now it's like 10 apples a day may keep the doctor away. You have to eat 10 apples today to get the equivalent of what an apple used to be. And it's like that not only for apples, but for everything that we grow. Because we have deviated from the norm. We've deviated from the natural way of living, the natural way of growing, the natural relationship which is meant to be there between ourselves and nature, between ourselves and the cows. So the first gift of nature, cows. Second, directly connected, cannot be disconnected, is Mother Nature, land. Sarva kama dukamahi, as we mentioned a little earlier, because from the land we depend totally on the land. So these are two like material, cows and the land. The third gift of nature is Mother Saraswati, learning, knowledge, cultivation of knowledge. And here we should understand cultivation not only of spiritual knowledge, but also cultivation of material knowledge that is given to us in the Shastra to help us live a simple life, to meet our basic necessities of life, so that we can have more time to cultivate the primary goal and objective of life, which is self-realization. And if we don't do this, well, we will simply, continue to see the kind of degradation which is ongoing all over the world. So I was mentioning how our goal is simply not to have a few farming communities here and there. That's the beginning. Our goal is to actually transform the whole of society back to what it is meant to be and what it used to be before the era of industrialization. The two main historical events that took place and which have affected and brought modern society in the, we could say, deviated direction in which it is in today are the French Revolution and the Industrial Revolution. That's a whole topic in itself. But basically we have thrown out the whole aspect of authority that was there in monarchy at that time. But unfortunately the monarchs, because it's Kali Yuga, were not qualified. And also in the church. So monarchs represent the Kshatriyas and the church represent the Brahmanas. So we've done away and we have continued to minimize the importance of such individuals or leaders within society. And we can only hope to restore the situation by introducing education and training based on Shastra. So these three gifts of nature are the ones that are mostly abused and neglected today. We don't have to speak very much about the state of affairs, of cows in the world today. It has never been as a situation as degraded as it is today. The same with Mother Nature or the land. In the last 30 years approximately, some 30% of the natural resources on the planet we have consumed completely, gone, no more. Just in the last 30 years, over 30% of the natural resources are finished. America, which is having maybe less than 5% of the world population, utilizes like 30% of the natural resources. And we're all meant to become like America. It's a bad equation, to say the least. So these three gifts of nature, we as devotees need to understand their importance, without which we cannot fulfill the instructions and the mission and the vision of our founder Acharya. I would like to take a few minutes. The clock is here, but hiding. Okay. We'll go to the movies for a few minutes. It's a short documentary, animation. I came across quite some years back. Called Rocks. R-O-C-K-S. We can close the lights maybe. We have to make things, yes, fine. Hopefully that will, yes. Hopefully that will work, yeah.
Just test the sound. I'm not hearing that. Maybe that makes a noise.
It will take a few seconds for, because I haven't started yet. Even when I start, it takes about 10 seconds or so before a sound comes. Are you ready? Oh, let me off.
Yeah, take the mic out. The sound.
Oh, you mean, you want to use the other one?
Yeah, just.
Okay, no, fine. Let's see what happens. Just like in movies. Just give it a few seconds.
You're standing in front of the.
Starting already. Yes, that's coming.
No sound?
No.
Supposed to have sound? Okay, so.
You can use it from the mic here.
Yeah, because the mic or I have to go
No
inside.
problem. Can I have the sound back?
Yes.
Yes, we're back. So we will hopefully have sound.
Ich glaub, da hinten ist auch noch eine. Hier! dir das an? Was machen die jetzt schon wieder? Holzhaufen? Ich sage dir, da steckt System dahinter. Hm?
Ich hasse Pflichten. Da ist die Eiszeit vorbei, man freut sich, Sonne auf dem Bauch, zack, sind sie wieder da. Oh nein, ich hab Moos auf dem Kopf.
Halbstarke, verdammtes Mistwein. Ich hab den Schnauze voll. Volltreffer.
Oh nein! Nicht schon wieder. Ich hab's einfach. Dritte Ratten im Monat.
Sowas. Hey, you, das ist genial. Sie bauen die Wege für diese Dinger. Das ist Fortbewegung, das ist Transport. Hier der Weg, die Stadt, Entwicklung, die Möglichkeiten. Junge, schau es dir an. Und der Schlüssel zu all dem ist das. Das.
Oh. Juhu. Das ist ja noch mal gut gegangen.
Ich will ja nichts sagen, aber du hast wieder gut Moos auf dem Kopf.
Das darf doch nicht wahr sein. Du hast blödes Moos auf dem Kopf.
Das ist Moos auf dem Kopf.
Ja. Du kannst böse lachen, ja.
Hare Krishna. This was, of course, depicting, Prabhupada spoke about how modern civilization, being built on artificial and unsustainable concepts and principles, is a civilization that will not last. You specifically mentioned how it is a doomed civilization. And as we have seen here, it's like however alluring and attractive it may seem to be, as quickly as it has come, as quickly it can and will. It is explained how empires, I believe Prabhupada refers to, the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, different empires in the history of mankind have had like a 200 period. And we are at the tail end of this 200 period in history in terms of modernization, industrialization, mechanization. So there were various discussions actually with Srila Prabhupada on the matter of varnashram, and very often devotees seemed somewhat skeptic, indicating that, cities have been around for a long time. Seems like they're going to be around for a long time also. And then Prabhupada's response was that regardless of whether they will be around or not, we should live like this. And like this, he meant like the residents of Vrindavan in the country. And our presence in the cities, we should be present in the cities, but it should be primarily for preaching purposes. Cities are meant to be our preaching basis, and country is meant to be our living basis. We should be living in villages in the country. We should be raising our children. Why we should be raising our children in the village? Because the text we read this morning about non-formal education is teaching us that actually majority of children are meant to receive, both boys and girls, this what is called non-formal education. And academic education traditionally, and in the context of Vedic culture, is meant for brahmanas who will be in Gurukul and will study for many, many years, 12, 15, from the age of 5 to the age of 20 approximately. So this particular PowerPoint is focusing on this theme, Make Vrindavan Villages. There's only one country actually where we have at present, at least for now, an organized ministry for Varnashram, that's in India, since year 2009. Of course, in Hungary, they have been promoting and discussing and also demonstrating, for those who may not know. Just 10 days back or so, the European Council awarded, recognized Krishna Valley as being the most advanced and developed self-sufficient community in the whole of Europe. Non-devotees recognizing what devotees are doing, that's quite significant. So there are different developments taking place. I wanted to share some of these, and I'm presently involved. Well, when the ministry in India was established, it's called IDVM, ISKCON Daiva Varnashram Ministry. You're sitting in front of the former minister. I was minister up until maybe a few years ago. I stepped down to give my full attention to research I was doing and the thesis I had to write on the subject matter of Vedic sociology. Vedic sociology is something that all of us should be knowing about and familiar with. Basically, Vedic sociology means Varnashrama culture. And for us, as devotees, it means Daiva Varnashrama Dharma. So I want to just, there's a group of devotees. Who knows about, what's it called? Jalangi Dham. And who's been to Mayapur? Who knows about Jalangi Dham? Yeah, it's Jalangi Dham, Rasamrita Kunj. They're a little bit on, there are different communities actually developing. So there's another community less known called Nandigram. So a group of devotees started a project in Nandigram, focusing on Varnashrama. It's called Varnashram College Foundation, where we have, what is it? A Varnashram Resource Center to actually establish Varnashram College, Gurukula, and courses have already been given during Kartik every year. Different devotees from both India and outside to introduce various subject matters in relation to Varnashrama Dharma. I'll present, I'll just share some of the projects in different, this is very selective, it's not at all complete. There are many things happening, positive things, in regards to Varnashrama Dharma. This is one of the communities in Indonesia. Who's been to Indonesia? Okay, so this is not in Bali. Most people know Bali. Of course, Bali is very attractive. We have many temples. We have 5 major temples also, and many devotees. This is on the island of Sumatra, where for the last 25 years, community it started with 3 brahmacharis who were looking after 150 acres of land. There was only one broken wooden structure. And now there are about 40, 45 families with 175 devotees living in that community, which is recognized by the government. And they have their own school where devotee children are taught by devotee teachers exclusively. And connected with this is some distance away, there's the provincial capital where there's a university, where we have a hostel, and there's a whole kind of, it all started actually from the hostel 25 plus years ago. It means that actually when the circumstances are proper, when there's proper cultivation, then it's like from zero practically, a community has come up. Some of our devotees who established this community are now grandmothers and grandfathers. Their children have grown up, they've been married like that. Krishna Valley, of course, I mentioned, is another community, probably close to 200 devotees make up Krishna Valley. Another community is in this is Canada, Sharanagati village. I became a villager. I joined this community actually, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. So I'm proud actually of being part of a village, even though I don't get to stay there very often. This is their Goshala, and we have these, somebody was talking about zebu cows today. So we have zebu cows and more, after getting zebu cows, now we have a few gear cows also. Surabhi was the main gear cow. It's spread out on, it's about close to 2,000 acres of land, quite big, surrounded by forest. Some few months back, as some of you may know, Canada and the US have a lot of forest fires. The whole forest fire just practically destroyed the whole. Fortunately, out of maybe, 35, 40 families, only 2 or 3 homes were burnt, but still, it's like, when your whole house vanishes overnight. So that's been developing for the last close to 40 years. They have their own website. This is coming to India, close to Hyderabad, in the state of Telangana. One devotee is heading up what is called Kamyavan. Kamyavan is one of the 12 forests in Vrindavan. And 2 or 3 years back, they started Varnashram College, where they have ongoing seminars and courses, especially in connection with natural agriculture. And they invite prominent individuals. Not all of them are devotees, but they have knowledge of natural agriculture, and in this way, so many people come. They've been helping farmers, preaching in the villages. That's one of the most important things we should be doing, all of us, all over the world actually. The more we understand how villages are so important, we should be going to the villages, establishing relationship with people in the villages, introducing them gradually to what is meant to be the standard, in terms of cows, in terms of natural agriculture, not using pesticides, making that transition, etc., like that. But unless we ourselves are convinced and understand, then we cannot obviously convince others. So Kamyavan, they have cows. They have these mini cows, not zebu, but very small cows. They have big cows also. They're producing a lot of what they need. There's in the Vedic culture, there are 2 important statements which are meant to be, where we should be going. They are like the ideal. One is, produce only what you need. Produce only what you need. And secondly, use only what you produce. Try that out. That's the ideal, because in Vedic culture, we talked about the gifts of nature. Well, in the Vedic culture, cows are not sold, they are gifted. Knowledge is not sold, it is gifted. Land is not sold, it is gifted, isn't it? We read from Bhagavatam. Kings would gift land to Brahmanas. They would gift cows to Brahmanas. So this whole modern mentality of selling knowledge, which is modern day education, is totally adharmic, isn't it? So all of this knowledge and understanding will only come if we ourselves live that philosophy. Another community which is in South Karnataka, also known as Dakshin Vrindavan, that's called SSKBK, Sayadri, Sri Krishna Balam Kshetra, near Udupi, in the district, within the district of Udupi. There are 3 communities in the making there actually. This is the first one, going back quite some years. Then another one called Golokadham, and the more recent one called Gita Nagari. This one is fully, let's say, under ISKCON. Others are devotee families who have started projects. We'll see this more and more actually, and that's ultimately how communities are meant to be established. By nature, by definition, a community is meant to be self-governed by those who actually live on the land. That's the whole topic. Another community, now we're going to Togo. I was there 2 weeks ago. Bit of a contrast coming here in Europe at this time. So in Togo they have, similar to what we did actually in Indonesia, a group of devotees that like 3 years ago, they took a course that I was giving online, Vedic sociology. You know, the Chaturvidya for Vedic sciences. They became one main leader, Kalarupa Prabhu. Where is he? In the front, in green. And so they took interest in wanting to establish, so they have this particular devotee, yeah, he's in the front, in the green there. He's connected with like a family lineage that have a lot of land. So he has like 100 acres of land, and so they are starting Gita Nagari. Their project name is Gita Nagari in Togo. It's in its early beginning, they're growing and whatnot. This is our resource center in Mayapur, close to this, I was mentioning Nandigram. We've been having, it's like open school in the front here, these gazebos, open air. We have a temple. We'll bring up the picture of Krishna Balaram, nice, very attractive Krishna Balaram deities are there. Where the flag is, that's at Yagyashala. We have regular jagyas. In the back is what will be the Gurukul. There's a Goshala also, just beside the temple. And these are the deities here. Jai Shri Krishna Balaram ki jai. So Krishna Balaram, they are the acharyas for agriculture and cow protection. In the purport we read this morning, Krishna plays his flute and in this way enchants the cows and all the residents of Vrindavan. And Balaram has his plow and he's in charge of agriculture. So their activities in Vrindavan are meant to be the regular activities when we have this type of lifestyle. These are some other scenes. This is the Goshala specifically. I'm waiting for a Gopala. Before I get the cows, I already have people sponsoring for the cows. These are gazebos. These were done by village people actually, devotees from some of our villages in Bengal, and then a lot of people in close to Mayapur, they know how to make these bamboo huts and whatnot.
It's meant for education?
Yes.
There's like classrooms?
Yes, these are open air classrooms, correct. This is a garden. We're developing a mini botanical garden, mini Krishna Balaram or Balaram garden there. This is the Goshala, and this is, who knows what this is? It's not a hat.
Cowberry storage?
Huh?
Cowberry storage?
Yes, we call silo. Yeah, village style. They keep the grains. Yeah. So within 2 days, actually, devotees from one village, another district, not from Nadia, they came and within 2 days. They just, amazing. They make ropes from the grass. And they just, they're just very, very expert, and this is for keeping grains correct. This is Kutir. I happen to stay there when I'm in Mayapur. We have a few kutirs. There's one behind my kutir, which is a VIP kutir. If any of you come to Mayapur, you can be a VIP guest. This is Mango Grove. That's where that setup is. And we have another gazebo where we give sometimes lectures when guests come. We have visitors, Gurukul boys. This brahmachari is from Assam, visiting Mayapur with some of his students. We had one devotee who was teaching Sanskrit to a few boys. Prabhupada said actually in the essay of Gita Nagari that in our Gurukul we will not accept boys over the age of 7. It's very interesting how in the Vedic culture majority of Gurukuls were actually in somebody's home, where we read from Bhagavatam, presence of the Brahmana and his wife, and how they cared for the boys, and of course the Brahmana was the one teaching. We also gave emphasis on Kshatriya mood, because one of our devotees actually will be establishing specifically a Kshatriya Gurukul, which is very much needed. This is the VIP guest house or kutir. Yeah, this is a bit of an overview. And from a distance we can see the TOVP, Temple of Vedic Planetarium. Yeah. And the sun is setting. So that's on the west side. And this is what we can now distribute, maybe. This is highlighting the theme. I'm traveling for 3 months promoting this theme, Make Vrindavan Villages. What is it? The QR is meant to be a different one, which hopefully we'll get it right next time. So before we open up for a few questions or comments, I want to also mention that I have a gift for everyone. Wow, a gift. Say wow. Yeah. I mean, how often you get a gift from a sannyasi? So this is my magical card, which allows me to give all of you a gift. So basically, some of the references or links are here in this card. So if there's 2 ways. If you have your card on what is called NFC, then just by touching it, you can download this information. Otherwise, there is a QR here which you can just capture, and then you can have this information. I should learn to bring it up maybe on the screen at some point. There's all kinds of nice information. For example, we didn't bring the book. There's a book called I had it this morning. It's okay. Speaking about Varnashrama, one of the important books, having all of the quotes. He has a few books, not this one, but bring me the books you have. Lake Vrindavan villages and whatnot. Yeah. There's a book speaking about Varnashram, which was commissioned actually by the GBC way back in 1996 to do a study on community development. It's in the folio, it's available in the database, you can download it. The Gita Nagari essay is also there, and it contains, so that book is available for download on our website. It's digitally available, yeah. There are other books that I don't carry with me, but one of them is called Make Vrindavan Villages. Make Vrindavan Villages, which is basically the theme of our tour at this time, and other books are there, Varnashram education, and towards a global Varnashram culture, etc. I do want to leave some time. I will give you the card right now. Those who would like to have this connection, this information, you can just see Jairam at any time before leaving, or even now also. This will not in any way corrupt your cell phone. It will rather enhance it. Jai Shri Sri Gauritai ki, Jai Shri Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Devi ki, Jai Shri Sri Krishna Radha Gopinath ki Jai. Now it's time for comments or questions if anyone has. Okay, not so bad. Yes. Mike, yes, you can and should.
Krishna? Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation. It's really an exciting topic, and it made me think a lot about what the meaning of Varnashram Dharma, because myself, it is, for me personally, it is always a little bit of difficult topic, I must admit, because...
you're not the only one.
Because I always think about, when I think about Varnas and ashramas, and, you know, it seems to me like an attempt to develop caste society again, and there is a lot of power abuse and connected with this. So you know, whenever I think about application and development of Varnashram Dharma, I always think about silly questions like who gets to decide who is going to be Brahmana, Kshatriya, Shudra? Can you change your Varna? What if Shudra boy falls in love with Brahmana girl? What if, you know, Shudra has the most money in the village and so on? So, you know, how do you how do you see things like that, you know, develop? I'm sorry if I'm being...
no, these are all... This is the book here, actually, speaking about Varnashram. By the way, that's available on our website. Therefore, there's a need for training. Prabhupada, I was mentioning this morning, spoke on numerous occasions the need for establishing Varnashram colleges. It won't happen overnight, but yes, there is a lot of apprehension about the very word Varnashram and about the whole system, because for the last so many centuries it has been abused. It has been, you know, people in different positions have been exploiting. So Prabhupada's vision of Varnashram is that we cannot avoid the Varnas, because we cannot, in as much as we cannot avoid the modes of material nature, isn't it? Modes of material nature are one of the four eternal principles described in the Bhagavad Gita. Ishvara, Jiva, Kala, Prakriti. Only karma, fortunately for all of us, is not eternal. So it means these divisions, these natural divisions, because very often people think, well, this is a recent invention, introduction, you know, to exploit others, etc. The caste system is not what we are promoting, but the natural divisions are there by nature, and when there is proper training and education, then only then that society can function properly. So naturally, so many questions will be there, but if we can visualize how that Vedic culture, when such type of training and education is in place, it's like, we read about how during the reign of Lord Ramachandra, because he was a ideal leader and king, then everyone was happy. There was no excessive heat, no excessive cold. People were not diseased. Materially speaking, like in Vrindavan. Vrindavan, they live based on these principles, and they are simultaneously the most advanced spiritually and the most advanced and the most opulent materially as well. Yeah. So the key here is training and education, which has been absent or lacking, and this is why Srila Prabhupada wanted that we introduce such training and education. And it will take generations. It's not going to happen overnight. But what we should try to understand is we are trying to put the basis in place. We're trying to work on the foundation for our future generations. The movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is still in its early beginning, just 500 years back, 500 plus, and it will be around for the next 10,000 years. So when and how major changes will take place, we cannot say, but that is there in the Shastra, and part of that is to re-establish the Varnashrama culture, the Varnashrama system. So the more we have individuals, both men and women, children, etc., properly educated and trained, then all of these different problems that we see presently, they will not be there, or at least they will be reduced. Yeah. So Shastra means Krishna, Shastra means Krishna, Shastra comes from Krishna, and is repeated and explained by our acharyas. So our foremost acharya, founder acharya for all of us, Srila Prabhupada, is telling us this is what we have to do. So we have to educate ourselves, we have to take the necessary time, and it's not easy. We're totally going against the main current of the day, isn't it? But it's like not easy to become a pure devotee also. But that's what we have to do. We have to strive, endeavor to become pure devotees. Otherwise we're stuck here in the material world, practically eternally. That's the meaning of Nityabadha, eternally conditioned. So this is our choice. Of course, the foundation of all of these activities is what Lord Chaitanya has introduced in terms of the Yuga Dharma, the chanting of the holy name. But our Acharya has explained that Varnashram is not to be neglected, even though one is an aspiring Vaishnava. And we mentioned this morning how Prabhupada is clearly explaining it is not at all easy to be a Vaishnava, and that this system of Varna and Ashrama is meant to help us more quickly actually become Vaishnava. So we have to hear from this book especially, which is again 100% quotations from Srila Prabhupada, and then slowly, gradually, we can begin to understand and begin to implement. There are specific ways you mentioned about choosing Varna. It's not that, okay, well, I like this Varna, I want to become a Kshatriya or whatever. No. All of this information is there in the Shastra. For example, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his Sajjana Toshan, he explains how it is one of the most important responsibilities of elderly brahmanas in a village to make sure that before the age of 15, young boys know what is their varna. They will study. There are 4 basic principles to follow to ascertain or determine the varna of an individual. One of them being by astrology, having the astrological chart, which is traditionally in India is done, and giving insight about the nature of that individual. Number one. Secondly, looking at the family lineage. By family lineage, one can understand. Of course, nowadays we don't have family lineage, so that one is not so relevant. Third one is by administrating psychological tests. That can be done. And the fourth is by simple observation, isn't it? So all the guidelines are actually there in the Shastra. We have the commentaries and advice, instructions from our different Vaishnava acharyas. And it's within that system of Varnashram college that Prabhupada wanted that we systematically introduce these different sciences, etc. Other comment or question? Yes.
One of the...
Yes.
I wrote that one of the biggest regrets of Srila Prabhupada was not to have spread the Varnashram. Could you say something about
that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. We put a book together called Lamentation, Prabhupada's Spiritual Lamentation, and I wasn't there physically, but I've heard it directly from those who were. In particular, Abhiram Prabhu, who was Prabhupada's nurse in Vrindavan, and it's in this book actually. At the end, there are references and quotations from him and others as well, including Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, including Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj as well. So specifically in regards to Abhiram Prabhu, he recalls how when he was in Vrindavan, there was a discussion. Brahmananda Prabhu at the time was there, and other devotees, and there was some conversation as to do you have any regrets? And Prabhupada responded no, but within a few seconds afterwards he said yes, actually. And in the meantime, what the devotee was saying, is it maybe that you have not been able to complete the Srimad Bhagavatam, the translation? And then Prabhupada said, no, that is not my regret. My regret, I forget exactly the word he used, is that I've not been able to establish Varnashrama. And we know how in the very last months he had traveled. His intention was to go to Gita Nagari in North America. He made it up to London, and because his health was deteriorating, so he had to come back to Vrindavan. And just like 2 weeks before leaving his body, that is recorded. You might have seen that particular clip. Prabhupada is just lying on his bed. He cannot move. He can practically speak. And then he's telling how modern day situation is such that the vast majority of people are totally covered by the mode of passion and ignorance, and therefore to raise them from these lower modes of nature, to bring them to the mode of goodness, Varnashram has to be established. So, Prabhupada, I was mentioning way back 1956, 1949, and now just like 2 weeks before, so it's not, it's consistent. It's consistent. Yes.
Marat, thank you very much for your explanation. We had here a Gurukul, a school for children.
Yes.
And also there was a college. Both are not functioning anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And we see in the morning the children standing at the bus stop, and they all go to the karmic schools.
Right.
So and now we know that actually even the little children, they are learning about perverted things about sexuality and things. And so these children, they are more or less also contaminated by all this nonsense. So what is the future of actually here, our society?
Yes. that situation is not only, if it is like that here, it's not only here, it's practically everywhere. And therefore, it's the responsibility of our own devotees and of our own leaders to actually change that situation. I mean, there are non-devotee people who understand the dangers of public school and public education, and who make all kinds of efforts to introduce, homeschooling, for example. I know in some countries homeschooling is not even authorized or is not allowed. In France, for example, I was there a few days back. They don't allow homeschooling, but devotees have recently, some time back, applied for opening like a private school. So we need devotees to look into the situation according to the laws that are there where we're living, and somehow try to come as close as possible to what is meant to be the ideal. The ideal is that our own devotees teach our own children, as opposed to, as you mentioned, non-devotees, and they're being polluted and corrupted in different ways. So it's a responsibility of every community and every parent as well. That's most, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, we all know, most famous instruction, Guru Nasasyat, Pita Nasasyat, Vishwabhadev instructing, one cannot become or should not become a parent unless one can properly instruct and deliver one's dependents. Not easy, definitely, a major challenge, but we need to become more familiar with various instructions given to us by our founder Acharya, and we need to make maximum effort to be in line with the Vedic culture and with what Srila Prabhupada has instructed. At least that effort we should be making. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other Matajis? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, how do you envision, for example, you speak about Radhadesh, how do you envision applying the system of the Varnashram in the situation that we have here?
The question is, or
how to apply it? I mean, for example, if it was possible to to apply all the principles which are there in Varnashram in the situation that we are here,
yes.
How is it going to look like?
Well, we start on a small scale. I don't know the details of the situation here, or one has to spend some time. Those who are staying here are in a better position to know and to understand, and it all begins with all of us, those who are especially parents, because parents, householders are the ones who have children and who have responsibility for their proper upbringing. So it's up to the parents and the local leaders to hear and read, discuss, and understand more clearly these instructions given by Srila Prabhupada, and they will be, according to individual situations, they can be can begin on some level, some scale, to introduce those instructions. So, one of the important recommendations is that this book, just like if we want to understand about Srila Prabhupada, in many temples they have, number one, either lectures, once a week we hear lectures from Srila Prabhupada, or we read the Lilamrita. Then we can, the more we hear from Srila Prabhupada, the more we hear of him, his activities and whatnot, then gradually can understand more who is that personality, Srila Prabhupada, and we are more informed. In a similar way, this book actually should be, because again, it's 100% Prabhupada's instructions, should be read. Devotees should actually on a weekly basis, at least some group of devotees, should just come together, read and hear what Prabhupada is telling. And ultimately, in all communities, we need to have like a few individuals who can more, I would say, deeply understand, more clearly understand what is being said. Ultimately, communities need to be directed by, ultimately, isn't it, Brahmanas and Kshatriyas? Kshatriyas, those who have that kind of natural ability or tendency to organize. Three main activities of Kshatriyas. One is protection, second, administration, third is welfare. Isn't it? Protecting physically, protecting in terms of the principles of dharma, administration, organizing according to particular situation, and then providing whatever needs may be there for the residents or the citizens. So, Prabhupada has left us his instructions. It is up to us, to read, to understand, to meditate upon, and to endeavor to the best of our ability, and to pray. Ultimately, without Krishna's mercy, we can't do anything. Also, so we should pray to Krishna. So the bottom line is we need to understand how important this is, and then Kala Deshapatra is a very important. Prabhupada was expert. According to time, place, and circumstance, we implement, isn't it, the principle of Krishna consciousness in general, and specifically we also, according to time, place, and circumstance, implement the principles of Varnashrama Dharma. Education is the key. Education is the key. And, a desire to want to please and to follow the good instructions given by Srila Prabhupada, knowing how, we are there to assist Srila Prabhupada in this enormous mission of putting society on the right track. That's a tall order. But that's what we have been given. That is our mandate. And to whatever extent we can, and of course it all begins with us, ourselves individually. We have to become strong in our individual sadhana. We have to be endeavoring nicely to practice Krishna consciousness. And then definitely that will help us, Krishna within the heart of all living entities gives us directions and inspiration to do what is most ideal according to our respective situations. Yes, microphone can go back.
What is the main difference between the Varnashram system, the traditional one, and this one? Because, for example, if we look into the Mahabharata, we can see that the Kshatriyas used to sometimes eat meat or kill animals to get trained. So is that the type of Varnashram system that... Because we are following the four regulative principles, so how do you apply all these type of tendencies within this?
So if I understand, what is the difference between this divine Varnashrama, Daiva Varnashrama, and the one we see in Mahabharata? Is it?
Yeah.
Our acharyas, our more recent acharyas, have added the word Daiva, especially in connection with the mission of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which is to engage everyone in the service of Krishna. So Daiva Varnashrama for us means, although we say divine, Daiva means divine, but it means divine service, divine devotional service. So that means that anyone within that system, whether one is a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Shudra, he's endeavoring to become a Vaishnava. He's not so much concerned about the particular role, and anyone assuming, accepting any of those roles by following the principles given in terms of Vaishnava lifestyle can actually become a pure devotee. In Mahabharata, we have some individuals who follow that Daiva Varnashrama, those who accept Krishna as a Supreme Personality of Godhead, and we have those who don't. So there are so many different levels of those who don't accept Krishna as a Supreme Personality of Godhead and who don't surrender to Him. That all falls in the category of what is called Asuric Varnashrama. So during the time of Mahabharata, some were following Daiva Varnashrama. I mean, the Pandavas are fully surrendered souls to Krishna, and whoever supported them. And Duryodhana and company were, we can't avoid Varnashrama because it's part of the modes of material nature, connected with the modes of material nature. So they were part of the Asuric Varnashrama. Means they were not accepting Krishna. I mean, if Duryodhana had accepted and understood that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Battle of Kurukshetra would not have taken place. He would not have done all the kinds of activities to kill the Pandavas. So he and Dhritarashtra were not in that purified consciousness, but they were following Varnashrama, but we could say impurely. So even today, people, we have leaders in every country. We have people who are teachers in every country. So we have perverted Kshatriya leaders. We have perverted Brahmanas who are intellectuals, but they are engaged in teaching also, but they're not in parampara and they're not teaching the pure knowledge. So Daiva Varnashrama is simply that, or those pure teachings as received in Guru Parampara, and specifically as revealed by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this whole element of bhakti, pure devotional service. So that is what our acharyas refer to when they speak about Daiva Varnashrama. So, which means basically, simply, anything short of pure devotional service is impure to whatever extent. And our endeavor is to purify our individual lives and society in general so that we are coming as close as possible to what is meant to be that ideal system. I don't have a watch, but it's probably getting close to, yeah.
This book is paid. You can get it on database or wherever you can find this book.
It's on this magical card. Oh.
No, we didn't understand.
I told him my card is magic.
We came around with this card, but so we have to photograph it and what the actual code.
Well, taking a photo and getting a whole book by taking a photo is not a bad deal.
We are old-fashioned.
Yeah, but there's a website to it. Speaking about varnashram.com.
Yeah, there's, on what you're downloading here, there's a website. From that website, there's most important media that you can download and you can get the book. So, thank you all very much. Jai Sri Prabhupada Ki. Hare Krishna.
I don't know that one. But there's only one set. The other set is not completely. Can she give it tomorrow morning before class? Or you need it now? I don't need it now. Yeah, this is one set. Okay, great.
It's a her husband. But he doesn't, he's not that often because he's working a lot. But he came to you several times.
I will, thank you.
Unless you want to say, and my voice is gone too. Kiva Jayo Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kashobha Jayo Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kashobha Janavita Tavane Jagamana Loba Janavita Tavane Jagamana Loba Dakine Nitai Chan Damegara Dhara Dakine Nitai Chan Bamegadathara Nikateya Dvaita Shini Vasa Chakradhara Nikateya Dvaita Shini Vasa Chakradhara Vasiya Chekora Chan Ratna Simhasane Vasiya Chekora Chan Ratna Simhasane Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devagane Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devagane Narahari Hari Kore Chamaradulaya Narahari Hari Kore Chamaradulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Gosharigaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Gosharigaya Shankar Bhaje Gandha Bhaje Bhaje Karatana Shankar Bhaje Gandha Bhaje Bhaje Karatana Madhura Mridanga Bhaje Paramarasala Madhura Mridanga Bhaje Paramarasala Shankar Bhaje Gandha Bhaje Madhur Madhur Madhura Bhaje Shankar Bhaje Gandha Bhaje Madhur Madhur Madhura Bhaje Madhura 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 Bhaje Madhura 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 Bhaje Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Tagora Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Bahu Koti Chandra Jini Varana Ujvala Koti Chandra Jini Varana Ujvala Bahu Koti Chandra Jini Varana Ujvala Koti
Narada, Prema Gada Gada. Shiva Shuka Narada, Prema Gada Gada. Shiva Shuka Narada, Prema Gada Gada. Divino Radheke Gorara Sampada Divino Radheke Gorara Sampada Baka Divino Radheke Gorara Sampada Baka Divino Radheke Gorara Sampada Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kushova Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kushova Jana Vita Tavane Jagamana Loba Jana Vita Tavane Jaga Jana Mana Loba Gorangera Rodi Soba Jaga Jaga Mana Loba Gorangera Rodi Soba Jaga Jana Mana Loba Gorangera Rodi Soba Jaga Jana Mana Loba Haribo Haribo Gora Haribo, Etagor, 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 Etagora Haribo, 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 Etagora Haribo. Haribo, Haribo, Etagora Haribo. Haribol, Haribol, Etagora Haribol. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha Shri Radhe. Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Gaura Hari Jaya. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Gaura Jaya, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Gaura Hari Jaya, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahanta Parivraj Kacharya Stotra Stata AC Bhakti Bhattacharya Prabhupada Ki Founder Acharya Srila Haridas Prabhupada Maharaj Ki Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahanta Parivraj Kacharya Stotra Stata Srimad Bhakti Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Ancient the whole Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Vaidika Radhar Shri Sari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Ki Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Navadvip Dham Ki Jai Jagat Puri Dham Ki Jai Radhadesh Dham Ki Jai Gangamay Ki Jai Munamay Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Tulasi Devi Maharani Ki Samaveta Bhakti Vrinda Ki all glories to the Son of the Lord all glories to the Son of the Lord all glories to the Son of the Lord Nitya Gaura Premanandi Hari Hari Bo all glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga all glories to Shri Prabhupada.
Namaste.
So.
Krishna, 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 Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare. Krishna, 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 Rakshama. Krishna, 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 Parimam. Krishna, 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 Parimam. Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshama. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Parimam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Parimam. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Glory Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. So, we are reading from the Krishna book, and we are at chapter, and it's called Pradyumna born to Krishna Rukmini.
We're on page 489.
We're not at the beginning anymore. Okay. When the cook was cutting the fish, he found within its stomach a nice baby, which he immediately presented to charge of Mayavati, who was an assistant in the kitchen affairs. This woman was surprised to see how such a nice baby could remain within the belly of a fish, and the situation perplexed her. The great sage Nara then appeared and explained to her about the birth of Pradyumna and how the baby had been taken away by Sambara and later thrown into the sea. So in this way the whole story was disclosed to Mayavati, and Mayavati knew that she had previously been Rati, the wife of Cupid. After her husband was burned to ashes by the wrath of Lord Shiva, she was always expecting him to come back in a material form. This woman was engaged for cooking rice and dal in the kitchen, but when she got this nice baby and understood that he was Cupid, her own husband, she naturally took charge of him and with great affection began to bath him regularly. Miraculously, the baby swiftly grew up, and within a very short period he became a beautiful young man. His eyes were just like the petals of lotus flowers, and his arms were long, reaching down to his knees. Any woman who happened to see him was captivated by his bodily beauty. Mayavati could understand that her former husband Cupid was born as Pradyumna, had grown into such a nice young man, and she also gradually became captivated and lusty. Smiling before him with a feminine attractiveness, she had expressed her desire for sexual union. He therefore inquired from her, "How is it possible? At first you were affectionate like a mother, and now you're expressing the symptoms of a lusty woman. What is the reason for such a change?" On hearing this statement from Pradyumna, the woman Rati replied, "My dear sir, you are the son of Lord Krishna. Before you were 10 days old, you were stolen by the Sambara demon and later thrown into the water and swallowed by a fish. So in this way, you have come under my care. But actually, in your former life, as Cupid, I was your wife. And therefore, my manifestation of conjugal symptoms is not at all incompatible. Sambara wanted to kill you, and he is endowed with various mystic powers. Therefore, before he again attempts to kill you, please kill him as soon as possible with your divine power. Since you were stolen by Sambara, your mother, Rukmini Devi, has been in a very grievous condition, like a Korali bird who has lost her babies. She is very affectionate towards you, and since you have been taken away from her, she has been living like a cow, aggrieved over the loss of its calf." You there?
I don't know. This could be difficult. Mayavati had mystic knowledge of supernatural powers. Supernatural powers are generally known as Maya, and to surpass all such powers, there is another supernatural power called Mahamaya. Mayavati had the knowledge of the mystic power of Mahamaya, and she delivered to Pradyumna this specific energetic power in order to defeat the mystic powers of Sambara demon. Thus, being empowered by his wife, Pradyumna immediately went before Shambara and challenged him to fight. Pradyumna addressed him in very strong language, so that his temper would be agitated and he would be moved to fight. At Pradyumna's words, the demon Shambara, being insulted, felt just like a snake feels after being struck by someone's foot. A serpent cannot tolerate being kicked by another animal or by a man, and it immediately bites its opponent. Shambara felt the words of Pradyumna as if they were like a kick. He immediately took his club in his hand and appeared before Pradyumna to fight. Roaring like a thundering cloud, in great anger, the demon began to beat Pradyumna with his club, just as a thunderbolt beats a mountain. Pradyumna protected himself with his own club and eventually struck the demon very severely. In this way, the fighting between Shambasura and Pradyumna began in earnest. But Shambasura knew the art of mystic powers, and he could rise himself into the sky and fight from outer space. There is a demon of the name Maya and Shambhasura had learned many mystic powers from him. He thus raised himself high into the sky and threw various types of nuclear weapons at the body of Pradyumna. To combat the mystic powers of Shambhasura, Pradyumna invoked another mystic power known as Mahavidya, which was different from the black mystic powers. The Mahavidya mystic power is based on the quality of goodness. Shambhara, understanding that his enemy was formidable, took assistance from various kinds of demoniac mystic powers belonging to the Kuyakas and the Gandharvas, the Pishchas, the snakes, and the Rakshasas. But although the demon exhibited these mystic powers and took shelter of supernatural strength, Pradyumna was able to counteract his strength and powers by the superior power of Maya Vidya. When Shambhasura was defeated in every respect, Pradyumna took his sharp sword and immediately cut off the demon's head, which was decorated with a helmet and valuable jewels. When Pradyumna thus killed the demon, all the demigods in the higher planetary systems showered flowers on him.
Pradyumna's wife Mayavati could travel in outer space, and therefore they directly reached Dwarka, his father's capital, by the airways. They passed above the palace of Lord Krishna and came down as a cloud comes down with lightning. The inner section of a palace is known as the Antapura, private apartments. Pradyumna and Mayavati could see many women there, and they sat down among them. When the women saw Pradyumna dressed in yellowish garments, with very long arms, curling hair, beautiful reddish eyes, a smiling face, jewellery and ornaments, they at first could not recognize him as a personality different from Krishna. They all felt very bashful at the sudden presence of Krishna and wanted to hide in a different corner of the palace. When the women saw, however, that not all the characteristics of Lord Krishna were present in the personality of Pradyumna, out of curiosity they came back to see him and his wife Mayavati. All of them were conjecturing as to who he was, for he was so beautiful. Among the women was Rukmini Devi, who was equally beautiful, with her lotus-like eyes. Seeing Pradyumna, she naturally remembered her own son, and milk began to flow from her breasts out of motherly affection. She then began to wonder, who is this beautiful young boy? He appears to be the most beautiful person. Who is the fortunate young woman able to conceive this nice boy in her womb and become his mother? Who is this young woman who has accompanied him? How have they met? Remembering my own son, who was stolen from the maternity home, I can only guess that if he is living somewhere, he might have grown up by this time to be like this boy. Simply by intuition, Rukmini could understand that Pradyumna was her own lost son. She could also observe that Pradyumna resembled Lord Krishna in every respect. She was struck with wonder as to how he had acquired all the characteristics of Lord Krishna. She therefore began to think more confidently that the boy must be her own grown-up son, because she felt so much affection for him, and as an auspicious sign, her left arm was trembling.
At that very moment, Lord Krishna, along with his father and mother, Devaki and Vasudeva, appeared on the scene. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, could understand everything, yet in that situation he remained silent. However, by the desire of Lord Sri Krishna, the great sage Narad also appeared, and he disclosed all the incidents, how Pradyumna had been stolen from the maternity home, and how he had grown up and had come there with his wife, Mayavati, who had formerly been Rati, the wife of Cupid. When everyone was informed of the mysterious disappearance of Pradyumna and how he had grown up, they were all struck with wonder because they had gotten back their dead son after they were almost hopeless of his return. When they understood that it was Pradyumna who was present, they received him with great delight. One after another, all the members of the family, Devaki, Vasudeva, Lord Sri Krishna, Lord Balaram, Rukmini, and all the women of the family, embraced Pradyumna and his wife Mayavati. When the news of Pradyumna's return spread all over the city of Dwaraka, all the astonished citizens came with great eagerness to see the lost Pradyumna. "The dead son has come back," they said. "What can be more pleasing than this?" Srila Shukadev Goswami has explained that in the beginning all the ladies of the palace, who were all mothers and stepmothers of Pradyumna, mistook him to be Krishna and were all bashful, infected by the desire for conjugal love. The explanation is that Pradyumna's personal appearance was exactly like Krishna's, and he was factually Cupid himself. There was no cause for astonishment, therefore, when the mothers of Pradyumna and the other women mistook him in that way. It's clear from this statement that Pradyumna's bodily characteristics were so similar to Krishna's that he was mistaken for Krishna even by his mother. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 55th chapter of Krishna Pradyumna, born to Krishna and Rukmini.
Chapter 56. The story of the Shyamataka jewel. There was a king in the name of Satrajit within the jurisdiction of the Dvarkadam. He was a great devotee of the Sangha, who awarded him the benediction of a jewel known as Shyamataka. Because of this Shyamataka jewel, there was a misunderstanding between King Satrajit and the Yadu dynasty. Later, the matter was settled when Satrajit voluntarily offered Krishna his daughter, Satyabhama, along with the Shyamataka jewel. Not only Satyabhama, but also Jambavati, the daughter of Jambavan, was married to Krishna on account of the Shyamataka jewel. These two marriages took place before the appearance of Pradyumna, which was described in the last chapter. How King Satrajit offended the Yadu dynasty and how he later came to his senses and offered his daughter and the Shyamataka jewel to Krishna are described as follows. Since he was a great devotee of the sun god, King Satrajit gradually entered into a very friendly relationship with him. The sun god was pleased with him and delivered to him an exceptional jewel known as Shyamataka. When Satrajit wore this jewel in a locket around his neck, he appeared exactly like an imitation sun god. Putting on this jewel, he entered the city of Dvarka, and people thought that the sun god had come into the city to see Krishna. They knew that Krishna, being the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was sometimes visited by the demigods. So while Satrajit was visiting the city of Dvarka, all the inhabitants except Krishna took him to be the sun god himself. Although King Satrajit was known to everyone, he could not be recognized because of the dazzling effulgence of the Shyamataka jewel. Mistaking Satrajit to be the sun god, some of the important citizens of Dvarka immediately went to Krishna to inform him that the sun god had arrived to see him. At that time, Krishna was playing chess. One of the important residents of Dvarka spoke thus: "My dear Lord Narayan, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In your plenary portion as Narayan or Vishnu, you have 4 hands with different symbols: the conch shell, disc, club, and lotus flower. You are actually the owner of everything, but in spite of your being the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayan, you descended in Vrindavan to act as the child of Yashoda Mata, who sometimes used to tie you up with her ropes, and you were celebrated therefore by the name Damodara. That Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayan as accepted by the citizen of Dwarka, was later confirmed by the great Mayavadi philosopher, late leader Sankaracharya. By accepting the Lord as impersonal, he did not reject the Lord's personal form. Everything which was formed in this material world is subject to creation, maintenance, and annihilation. But because the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayan, does not have a material form subject to this limitation, Sankaracharya, to convince the less intelligent men who take Krishna to be an ordinary human being, said that God is impersonal. This impersonality means that he is not a person of this material condition. He is a transcendental personality without a material body.
Watch it or you get a ticket. The citizens of Dwarka addressed Lord Krishna not only as Damodar, but also as Govinda, which indicates that Krishna is very affectionate to the cows and the calves. And just to refer to their intimate connection with Krishna, they addressed him as Yadunandana, because he was born the son of Vasudeva in the Yadu dynasty. The citizens of Dwarka concluded by addressing Krishna as the supreme master of the whole universe, and they addressed Krishna in many different ways, proud of being citizens of Dwarka who see Krishna daily. When Satyajit was visiting the city of Dwarka, the citizens felt great pride to think that although Krishna was living in Dwarka like an ordinary human being, the demigods were coming to see him. Thus they informed Lord Krishna that the sun god, with its glaring bodily effulgence, was coming to see him. Citizens of Dwarka confirmed that the sun god coming into Dwarka was not very wonderful, because people all over the universe who were searching after the Supreme Personality of Godhead knew that he had appeared in the Yadu dynasty and was living in Dwarka as one of the members of that family. Thus the citizens expressed their joy on this occasion. On hearing the statements of his citizens, the all-pervasive personality of Godhead, Krishna, simply smiled. Being pleased with the citizens of Dwarka, Krishna informed them that the person they described as the sun god was actually King Satyajit, who had come to visit Dwarka city to show his opulence in the form of the valuable jewel obtained from the sun god. Satyajit, however, did not come to see Krishna. He was instead overwhelmed by the Shamataka jewel. He installed the jewel in a temple to be worshipped by Brahmanas. He engaged for this purpose. This is an example of a less intelligent person worshipping a material thing. In the Bhagavad Gita it is stated that less intelligent persons, in order to get immediate results from their fruitive activities, worship the demigods created within this universe. The word materialist means one concerned with gratification of the senses within this material world. And although Krishna later asked for his Shamataka jewel, King Satyajit did not deliver it. On the contrary, he installed the jewel for his own purposes of worship. And who would not worship that jewel? The Shamataka jewel was so powerful that daily it produced a large quantity of gold. A quantity of gold is counted by a measure called bara. According to the Vedic formulas, 1 bara is equal to about 21 pounds, and 1 mount equals about 82 pounds. The jewel was producing about 170 pounds of gold every day. Besides that, it is learned from the Vedic literature that in whatever part of the world this jewel was worshipped, there was no possibility of famine, and wherever the jewel was present, there was no possibility of anything inauspicious, such as pestilence. You're not thanking me?
Thank you. Lord Krishna wanted to Lord Krishna wanted to teach Lord Krishna wanted to teach the world that the best of everything should be offered to the ruling chief of the country. King Ugrasena was the overlord of many dynasties and happened to be the grandfather of Krishna. So Krishna asked Satyajit to present the Samantaka jewel to King Ugrasena. Krishna pleaded that the best should be offered to the king, but Satyajit, being a worshipper of the demigods, had become too materialistic, and instead of accepting the request of Krishna, thought it wiser to worship the jewel and get the 170 pounds of gold every day. Materialistic persons who can achieve such large or huge quantities of gold are not interested in Krishna consciousness. Sometimes, therefore, to show special favor, Krishna takes away one's great accumulation of materialistic wealth and thus makes one a great devotee. But Satyajit refused to abide by the order of Krishna and did not deliver the jewel. After this incident, Satyajit's younger brother, in order to display the opulence of the family, took the jewel, put it on his neck, and rode on horseback into the forest, making a show of his materialistic opulence. While Satyajit's brother, who was known as Prasena, was moving here and there in the forest, a big lion attacked him, killed both him and the horse on which he was riding, and took away the jewel to his cave. News of this was received by the gorilla king Jambavan, who then killed the lion in the cave and took away the jewel. Jambavan had been a great devotee of the Lord since the time of Lord Ramachandra, so he did not take the valuable jewel as something very much needed. He gave it to his younger son to play with as a toy. In the city, when Satyajit's younger brother Prasena did not return from the forest with the jewel, Satyajit became very upset. He did not know that his brother had been killed by a lion and that the lion had been killed by Jambavan. He thought instead that because Krishna wanted the jewel, which had not been delivered to him, Krishna might have therefore taken the jewel from Prasena by force and killed him. This idea grew into a rumor, which Satyajit spread in every part of Dwarka.
The false rumor that Krishna had killed Prasena and taken away the jewels spread everywhere like wildfire. Krishna did not like to be defamed in that way, and therefore he decided that he would go to the forest and find the Shamataka jewel. Taking with him some of the important inhabitants of Dwarka, Krishna went to search out Prasena, his brother Satyajit, and found him dead, killed by the lion. At the same time, Krishna also found the lion killed by Jambavan, who is generally called Riksha. It was found that the lion had been killed by the hand of Riksha without the assistance of any weapon. Krishna and the citizens of Dwarka then found in the forest a great tunnel, said to be the path to Riksha's house. Krishna knew that the inhabitants of Dwarka would be afraid to enter the tunnel. Therefore he asked them to remain outside, and he himself entered the dark tunnel alone to find Riksha, Jambavan. After entering the tunnel, Krishna saw that the valuable jewel known as Shamantaka had been given to the son of Riksha as a toy. To take the jewel from the child, Krishna approached and stood before him. When the nurse taking care of Riksha's child saw Krishna standing before her, she was afraid, thinking he might take away the valuable Shamataka jewel, and she cried out loudly in fear. Hearing the nurse's cries, Jambavan appeared on the scene in a very angry mood. Jambavan was actually a great devotee of Lord Krishna, but because he was angry, he could not recognize his master and thought him to be an ordinary man. This brings to mind the statement of the Bhagavad Gita, in which the Lord advises Arjuna to get free from anger, greed and lust, in order to rise to the spiritual platform. Lust, anger and greed run parallel in the heart and check one's progress on the spiritual path. Not recognizing his master, Jambavan challenged him to fight. There was then a great fight between Krishna and Jambavan, in which they fought like two opposing vultures. Whenever there is an eatable corpse, the vultures fight heartily over the prey. Krishna and Jambavan first of all fought with weapons, then with stones, then with big trees, then hand to hand, until at last they were shooting each other with their fists, like blows from like the striking of thunderbolts. Each expected victory over the other, but the fighting continued for 28 days, both in daytime and night, without stopping.
He's a gorilla, that's why I'm doing that.
I thought we were back.
That's very confusing.
Yeah, I thought we were back in kindergarten, that's all.
He's not a gorilla, he's a bear.
He's a gorilla.
No, he's a bear. Jambavan's the king of the bears.
What did he say?
It says gorilla.
It says gorilla.
Did he say gorilla?
Oh.
I missed that, sorry.
That's why I do that.
You know I can
What you
understand.
say is also, it's not very clear sometimes.
Right.
Gorilla, bear.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, let's say gorilla. Okay, now please read that.
Although Jambavan was the strongest living entity of that time, practically all the joints of his bodily limbs became slackened and his strength was reduced practically to nil, for he was struck constantly by the fists of Sri Krishna. Feeling very tired, with perspiration all over his body, Jambavan was astonished. Who was this opponent who was fighting so hard with him? Jambavan was quite aware of his superhuman bodily strength, but when he felt tired from being struck by Krishna, he could understand that Krishna was no one else but his worshipable Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This incident has special significance for devotees. In the beginning, Jambavan could not understand Krishna because his vision was obscured by material attachment. He was attached to his boy and to the greatly valuable Shamantaka jewel, which he did not want to spare for Krishna. In fact, when Krishna came there, he was angry, thinking that Krishna had come to take away the jewel. This is a material position, although one is very strong in body, that cannot help him understand Krishna.
In a sporting attitude, Krishna wanted to engage in a mock fight with his devotee. As we have experienced from the pages of Srimad Bhagavatam, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has all the propensities and instincts of a human being. Sometimes, in a sportive spirit, he wishes to fight to make a show of bodily strength, and when he desires so, he selects one of his suitable devotees to give him that pleasure. Krishna desired this pleasure of mock fighting with Jambavan. Although Jambavan was a devotee by nature, he did not know that his opponent was Krishna while giving service to the Lord by his bodily strength. But as soon as Krishna was pleased by the fighting, Jambavan immediately understood that his opponent was none other than the Supreme Lord himself. The conclusion is that he could understand Krishna by his service, for Krishna is sometimes satisfied by fighting also. Jambavan therefore said to the Lord, "My dear Lord, I can understand who you are. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, the source of everyone's strength, wealth, reputation, beauty, wisdom, and renunciation." This statement of Jambavan is confirmed by the Vedanta Sutra, wherein the Supreme Lord is declared to be the source of everything. Jambavan identified Lord Krishna as the Supreme Personality, Lord Vishnu. "My dear Lord, you are the creator of the creators and the universal affairs." This statement is very instructive to the ordinary man who is amazed by the activities of a person with an exceptional brain. The ordinary man is surprised to see the inventions of a great scientist, but the statement of Jambavan confirms that although a scientist may be a great creator of many wonderful things, Krishna is the creator of the scientist. He is the creator of not only one scientist, but of millions and trillions all over the universe. Jambavan said further, "Not only are you the creator of the creators, but you are the creator of the material elements which the so-called creators manipulate." Scientists utilize the physical elements of laws of material nature to do something wonderful. But actually, such laws and elements are also the creation of Krishna. This is actual scientific understanding. Less intelligent men do not try to understand who created the brain of the scientist. They are satisfied simply to see wonderful creation or invention of the scientist.
Page 497. Page 497, the second paragraph. Gorilla King. There it is.
I was just about to say it. It is mentioned. He's actually introduced as the Gorilla King in this case. But what Kanchanawani said is also right. Also right. And why should a gorilla live in a cave? That usually only bears do. Okay, anyway. So I'm inviting Kanchanawani to find something more about Jambavan, so you can enlighten us to... Would you please let me speak to her? So then tomorrow you can enlighten us on this subject. Is that okay?
Well, the only place I know about it is here, so unless it says it...
There's also Ramayana and a few other things, but you can find some more things about Jambavan. You can do that? Yes. Thank you. So tomorrow, it's a cliffhanger. You will know more about Jambavan. Okay. Thank you for listening for a few moments. So Jambavan, that's where we are now. Yeah. Jambavan continued. My dear Lord, the time factor which combines all the physical elements is also your representative. You are the supreme time factor in which all creation takes place, is maintained, and is finally annihilated. And beyond the physical elements and the time factor, the persons who manipulate the ingredients and advantages of creation are part and parcel of you. The living entity is not, therefore, an independent creator. By studying all the factors in the right perspective, one can see that you are the supreme controller and the Lord of everything. My dear Lord, I can therefore understand that you are the same supreme personality of Godhead whom I worship as Lord Ramachandra. My Lord Ramachandra wanted to construct a bridge over the ocean, and I saw personally how the ocean became agitated simply by my Lord glancing over it. And when the whole ocean became agitated, living entities like whales, alligators and timingala fish all became perturbed. The timingala fish in the ocean can swallow big aquatics like whales in one gulp. So in this way the ocean was forced to give way and allow Ramachandra to cross to the island known as Lanka. And this island is now called Ceylon. Lord Ramachandra constructed a bridge over the ocean from the Cape Kalbaha to Ceylon. To Ceylon, is still well known to everyone. And now it's called Sri Lanka again. It's amazing, eh? After the construction of this bridge, a fire was set all over the kingdom of Ravana. And during the fighting with Ravana, every part of his limbs was slashed to pieces by your sharp arrows. And his heads, he had 10 of them, fell to the face of the earth. Now I can understand that you are none other than my Lord Ramachandra. Thus, no one else can have such immeasurable strength. No one else can defeat me in this way.
Did the Lord Ram part the ocean, or did he just put stones on the ocean?
You think that he is Moses?
Yeah, I don't remember him parting the ocean. I thought he just put rocks on the ocean and floated.
He didn't do it himself.
Well, the monkeys and the elephants and the spiders and stuff.
But the ocean is carrying the stones because they wrote his name on the stones.
Yeah, but did it part?
Sorry?
Did it part?
Why should it part?
No, it said it parted the ocean. In this way, the ocean was forced to give way.
Yeah, to give way. He didn't say part.
Oh. Okay. I'm just getting Moses in my head. Lord Krishna was satisfied by the prayers and statements of Jambavan, and to mitigate Jambavan's pain, he began to lightly rub the lotus palms of his hands all over Jambavan's body. Thus Jambavan at once felt relieved from the fatigue of the great fight. Lord Krishna then addressed him as King Jambavan because he, and not the lion, was actually the king of the forest. Having killed a lion with his bare hands, without a weapon, Krishna informed Jambavan that he had come to ask for the Shamantaka jewel, because ever since it had been stolen, his name had been defamed by less intelligent. Krishna plainly informed him that he had come there to ask for the jewel in order to be freed from this defamation. Jambavan understood the whole situation, and to satisfy the Lord, he immediately delivered not only the Shamantaka jewel, but also his daughter Jambavati, who was of marriageable age, and presented her to Lord Krishna. The episode of Lord Jambavati's marriage with Lord Krishna and the delivery of the jewel known as the Shamantaka was finished within the mountain cave. Although the fighting between Krishna and Jambavan went on for 28 days, the inhabitants of Dwarka waited outside the tunnel for 12 days, and after that they decided that something undesirable must have happened. They could not understand for certain what had actually happened, and being very sorry and tired, they returned to the city of Dwarka. All the members of the family, namely Krishna's mother Devaki and father Vasudeva, and his chief wife Rukmini, along with all other females, relatives and relatives of the palace, were very sorry when the citizens returned home without Krishna. Because of their natural affection for Krishna, they began to call Satyajit ill names, for he was the cause of Krishna's disappearance. They went to worship the goddess Chandrabhaga, praying for the return of Krishna. The goddess was satisfied by the prayers of the citizens of Dwarka, and she immediately offered them her benedictions. Simultaneously, Krishna appeared on the scene, accompanied by his new wife Jambavati, and all the inhabitants of Dwarka and the relatives of Krishna became joyful. The inhabitants of Dwarka were as joyful as someone receiving a dear relative back from the dead. They had concluded that Krishna had been put into great difficulties due to the fighting. Therefore, they had become almost hopeless of his return. But when they saw Krishna had actually returned, not alone, but with a new wife, Jambavati, they immediately performed a ceremony of celebration.
That's it. Time's over. Okay, that's the end of that. Thank you very much for coming. I'm going to have some Mahaprashadam now and some bhajans after that. Yes. Yes. We'll go to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
You stay? Yes. Okay, perfect. I'll let the team because more people go. Yeah.
Yours is the cookie? Greens. So what's yours today? Wow. Carrot. Good that I don't mistake.
You need light? Another one.
Om Jnana-timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuru militam yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prachadine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Nama Hare Nama Eva Kevalam Kalo Nasteva Nasteva Gatiranyata. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama, 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 Hare, Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. One more time, everyone. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Again, again, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Nitai Gaur. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One last time, everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Ki Jai.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna
Shri Radha Gopinath ki, Prabhupada ki, Jai Gaur Premanande.
Choice. The hurricane takes over.
No, it's good. I'm just saying. You need your voice back so you can continue.
I know.
I have transfer today and tomorrow as well. 3 days. And we didn't have transfer for 3 weeks, yes. That's nice. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Way. You did that? Yeah. Those are nice, like heartscapes. Did you go see Karina? No, she went to Calcutta, like, maybe soon after.